Alright, good evening everyone, welcome to the channel. Tonight we're back in our Minecraft SMP, well it's our multiplayer stream, which is currently our Minecraft SMP. With our, running our Minecraft SMP. We're working our way through this at the moment, and then when this is done, g'day Kayeda, how are you mate? So once we're through this, well, do a bit of time in this tonight, we can then drop across and look at the hardcore super flat world, also in this mod pack that I've been running. I had to reset it a couple of times repeatedly after encountering, well, things that killed me. So I've restarted and restarted, so that'll be a good couple of hours towards the latter half of the stream. Alright, we're in and we're running and everything's up and running. Alright, cool. We are building it's basically a monastery that has come under attack and is now abandoned. So there's going to be going to finish obviously putting in the infrastructure, the framework, and then once the framework's in place, we'll have what we need to then modify to show that it was attacked and all that. Now, this hilltop that I picked isn't too bad. It's actually pretty as far as the nearby hills and stuff go, actually pretty flat in terms of what I needed to use, compared to at least, say, the marching camp that's just down the hill. That took, I mean, that was supposed to be flat. Supposed to be, but ended up being quite a nightmare to flatten out. Let me just check the audio. Master volume's up, everything's up. Alright, we're back. Yeah, so looking at this, so we've got the framework for all of the rooms and buildings and stuff put in place. We've got to put windows and whatnot in, and then a bunch of farmland surrounding it, you know, providing the food for the monastery, and then we're going to then obviously have them all worn down and partially destroyed and stuff. So that'll be a bit of time tonight, I think. For some reason, oh, there you go. Let me move that back a little. I was clipping, sorry. The audio's been doing all sorts of weird things at the moment through OBS. I mean, it's coming through on stream okay, but this, for example, is just, it's really soft. Whereas, I mean, I can play it off stream, same setup. Only difference is the audio routing, and yep, no, much louder. It's not a problem with the volume in game. And indications are, well, maybe it was a bit flat. Maybe there's something changed. I did a system restart. There we go, that's a bit better. That was very soft. Well, I always do, mate. But it's your long weekend this weekend, so hope you're enjoying your long weekend. Well, I was blaming Kayeda for not streaming last night. I was not in a frame of mind, or I wasn't feeling that great to stream yesterday, so best bet was not to. I mean, I still have Siberia 2 lined up ready to go for next week. It just, yeah, stream would have ended rather suddenly at some point, I dare say. And tomorrow night, look, I'm not 100% sure. I've got something lined up for it, but I'm not sure whether we'll get one in tomorrow. We'll see. But as I said, I'll keep notices out on the socials, on the Twitter and Insta, so keep an eye there in the lead up, and that should all be there. I mean, in fact, I was busy playing in Minecraft a fair bit today. A pole barn. Ooh. You're not Amish, are you? That'd be nice, though, a pole barn. Is it for farm-related purposes, or are you just using it as a big shed to store things in? But yes, I do know the difficulties. Well, it could be Rumspringa. I've seen The Witness. It actually wasn't a bad movie. Wasn't sure what it was leading into it, but yeah, I mean, could have been better, but still. Funny thing is, Harrison Ford was playing a certain type of character at the time, or a certain, it's like Sean Connery always played Sean Connery, no matter what role you had. Hence why you had a Scottish-sounding Russian submarine captain. All right, okay, so just keeping everything out of the weather. Fair enough. Yeah, so yeah, I think at the time that he made The Witness, Harrison Ford, I sort of started to confuse that with The Fugitive, because he just seemed to play the same sort of, not the same sort of character, because obviously very different characters, but it was just very Harrison Ford-ish. I mean, Han Solo was much different, but it was Harrison Ford in an Amish community, and then it was Harrison Ford running away from Tommy Lee Jones. Or was that US Marshals? Anyway, that was also a good movie. I think the last lot of construction, we needed people from outside to come and do the work. Yeah, they got paid a lot of money, and I was supervising quite well, but it's one of those things of, you try and get them to come back and fix up the bits they missed or didn't do properly the first time. I mean, it passed inspection, but getting the email 2 years later saying you don't have the, what would it be, county? No. State level inspection. And it's like, I do have it. But, and it's like, it's your job to get it. And it's like, wait a second. I paid you lots of money to give me an end-to-end project. And they're like, oh, yeah, we did. I'm like, right, I think I'm going to have to go to a third-party contractor to fix whatever's broken. I mean, we had some awesome contractors come in and do other work, but yeah, those ones just, yeah, it just seems the ones that stick in your head, stick in your mind are the ones that screw things up. In fact, when we moved into the house we're in at the moment, we had, we'll get the whole thing cabled for internet along the way. But to begin with, there's a lot of issues, particularly with the laundry. Obviously, you got high current draw devices in there, like the dryer and the washer. It was on the same circuit as the ducted heating. So during winter, when you're likely to be using the dryer as well as everything else, it would trip the heating circuit as well, and so you'd wake up to an absolutely freezing cold house. And then discovered as well that the kitchen circuit was tacked onto something else. And so you had things like toasters and kettles and microwave ovens doing all sorts of things, trying to trip other circuits. And it's just like, all right, so we paid a lot of money to some electricians to fix the circuits, to reconnect things to different circuits. So now the heater's on its own circuit. The laundry doesn't try and burn half the house down. High current draw devices are generally separated onto separate circuits. We had a couple of extra circuits put on the switchboard, and the switchboard updated to a modern safety switchboard and all the other bits and pieces. And it's like, yeah, a lot of money, but if you didn't do it properly, at some point someone was going to have to do it. Well, yeah, we got plenty of those sort of kits here in Australia. Just trying to think what a common brand name for some of them is. Like Stratco is one, and basically they'll sell you a shed kit or a barn kit for a bunch of common sizes, and including the engineering paperwork so that you can get it signed off and all that. They'll get the installation signed off. Some of them you need slabs, others you can just do footings, and it's just like, generally they're really, really good in terms of you just slap it together and bolt it together, or the occasional bit of welding. The hardest part is getting the slab or getting the concreting done. But yeah, generally the ones here in Australia, if they've delivered from one of those big companies, yep, no, all good. Well, I mean, do I have... I don't have a circuit diagram at hand. I actually had... I traced out, because there was no circuit diagram for the house, and the old... the old circuit had... give me a sec. I might actually have a file for it somewhere. Let me just... I'm in creative, so I'm not going to die. Let me have a quick look at things. Because I wasn't looking at it the other day, but I was not far from it. And I was putting some files in that folder. Okay, here we go. Okay, basic plan. So there's one I scribbled all over. Like, I've got... So we had... I just found... I found the diagrams I was scribbling on. So the ones I was scribbling on was actually the cabling for coax for TV and cable. The internet that was coming into the house, and the phone line. So where the house was, we had separate phone line, which was copper, cable, which, well, kind of came from a provider which no one really used, but it ran coax into the house. That then ran to a port, but they ran to internet ports on the wall. So there's obviously some sort of step down somewhere in the ceiling. And then there's television ports, so coax antenna ports on the wall running to an antenna on the roof. And then if you had pay TV / cable, you'd also then have cable outlets scattered throughout as well. So you can imagine how many of those were scattered around the house. So fixing all of that up, we moved the telephone ports. Like, we basically created a small telecommunications closet that then had the main phone line drop. The house was then wired Ethernet to ports to every room, running off a switch in the communications cabinet. Same for coax, which by the time that was all fixed up, everyone was on streaming. So it's wired, just not being used. So there's ports all through the house of dragging that. Then you've got security cameras on on Ethernet as well. Power over it. So there's power over Ethernet. There's normal bits and pieces. There's all sorts of bits and pieces. So what we ended up doing over time is we ended up bumping up our internet setup 2 or 3 times, but fundamentally nothing changed in the house, because the only change was at the comms cabinet, where a different router was put in, or a slightly different box was then the main one. But if I can't find the power, I actually did have I may have only scribbled it down. I hope I didn't just scribble it down. Yeah, because the guys doing the cabling kind of had a bit of a laugh, because I gave them a full, basically, I grabbed a copy of the plan, the house plan from the council, and therefore scribbled all over it with the existing wiring and where things were going to go and where things should go. And so they basically had it fully done of exactly where it would go. They still screwed up slightly, but they screwed up on our behalf, because they actually ran more cables than what we were expecting. We put a lot of money into the house along the way. I can't find it. No, I thought I had a cable, like an electronics one. I must have only done it by hand. But, yeah, it's, yeah, we have a lot of circuits now. But the upshot is, I can tell what's on each branched line and what's going to draw power and what's not going to kill things, etc. Which is good, but yeah. But now our dishwasher. So the fridge and the dishwasher, I'll have to look at that, because our dishwashers don't draw a lot of power. I mean, they have a heating element, but I don't think they're anything special. I know the oven. If you've got an electric oven, generally they're on so Australian domestic circuits are 240 volt. 220 to 240, but it's 240 volt, 10 amp. So the max power draw you should be able to draw from any power point is generally 2400 watts, 2.4 kilowatts. So your strong vacuum cleaners and stuff will be up there around 2000 watts. But you're not going to run a hairdryer and all the other bits and pieces all at once. Drawing 10 amps is quite a pull. So yeah, your dishwasher generally sits on a 10 amp circuit. It's on a normal circuit. Microwaves, 10 amp as well. I mean, 1000 watt microwave in Australia really doesn't draw much out of the thing. Well, potentially. I mean, I don't even think the plumbed fridges here need their own circuits. Like, the laundry doesn't need to be on its own circuit, even though you're mixing water and electricity there. I mean, even power outlets in the bathroom. I mean, I know there's rules about where they're supposed to be in relation to the water sources, because we did a bathroom reno in a previous house, and the electrician, well, the qualified electrician was more than happy to move the point, and then his apprentice spoke up and said, you can't do that because it's against the rules, and against the law, actually. You can't have water and electricity outlets too close to each other. But I'm pretty sure the dishwashers I mean, I'd have to go out and look at the switchboard, but I'm pretty sure it's not on its own circuit. The oven is, because it's... So the oven is a 15 amp circuit, and if you've ever seen the 3-pronged Aussie outlets or prongs, your top 2 angled prongs, one's hot, one's neutral, and then the vertical prong is earth. And on a 10 amp circuit, they're usually pretty fine. And you can plug a 10 amp prong into a 15 amp circuit. So basically, your 15 amps is what the safety switch on the circuit board or your fuse is supposed to trip at. And a 15 amp plug actually has a much thicker or much larger earth prong. Now, it doesn't mean it's connected to any different earth. It's just how they differentiate the plugs. So you can't force a 15 amp plug into a 10 amp socket. Otherwise, yeah, you turn the oven on and you're gonna blow the circuit. Just trying to think what else we have that. Well, I mean, I know it seems to be a thing, especially for countries that have 240 volt systems. I know the UK people tend to get really confused every time they look at American setups and stuff. It's like in Australia and UK and stuff, you boil water quite readily in a kettle because, well, you're drawing tons of power. It's like, how do you do that with only 110 volts? But no. So yeah, like a 1,000 watt microwave, not a problem. Just trying to think. Yeah, I'd have to look at the fridge. So things like the fridge and the dishwasher, I know we pushed them onto separate circuits because I didn't want one of them to trip. Or in fact, we have 2 outlets in the kitchen as well, like 2, I think they call them GFI outlets, but 2 ground fault something. They're actually on separate circuits. So if you've got the toaster and the air fryer and kettle all going and one of the circuits trips, I think one will take the microwave with it, but the other will still go. And I think one's got the fridge on it. So yeah, if you plug everything in the kitchen and have it all running at the same time, including the stove and the oven and stuff, it's actually multiple circuits giving the power, because otherwise it'd trip. And that was one of the other things we had to do when we moved in, was like, how were they expecting things to get used in the kitchen? And more and more and more over time, things like air fryers and other bits and pieces came in. So you're now running more involved devices from a normal circuit, as opposed to using like a dedicated 15 amp heating oven circuit and stuff. So yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of people who've had to upgrade their circuits. And then the shed's on its own circuit, outside points are covered, and it's like all sorts of bits and pieces. Well, you'd want them to be, because I don't know how you could draw that much power, enough power at 110 volts to run those things, or at least have them be effective. I mean, a clothes dryer running at 110 volts just doesn't seem like it'd do anything. But hey, whatevs. It's like the shaver circuits you see in bathrooms in hotels and stuff. I mean, they're a dedicated certain voltage as well. It's like weird. I mean, and I guess if you have need for even higher power draw things, like people who have their own arc welders and stuff, or their own welding setups and things like that, or machine shops in their sheds, or even very powerful aircon units, they'll sometimes go for 3-phase power, which is basically an extra feed line coming in. Still 240 volts, but in terms of the power, if I've got this right, in terms of the power signal, they've now got basically the same sort of power signal that's running in the power lines out the back, just stepped down to 240 volts. So maybe they might even run a higher voltage too. I mean, things like, I think, like a electric car charging setup, most now run off a 240 volt plug, but if you really wanted to be effective with it, you'd run a 3-phase supply to your house, and therefore run more power to it, because you're limited how much you can draw through each phase, and so it gives you more power and, well, better filtering and all the other bits and pieces. I don't understand people who just plug their electric cars into a household supply and into a normal 10 amp plug and be done with it. Yeah, so I mean, the 3-phase setup, it doesn't surprise me that they have them in the States as well. I mean, but even with all the things that draw power and stuff, my power needs aren't that high to need a 3-phase setup. I mean, it'd probably be for peace of mind. I mean, the next thing I'm probably going to do power-wise for the house, apart from correctly mapping out the network, is probably going for solar and solar storage. More to make sure that we don't get hit by power outages. Because consoles, like, especially the PlayStation 4 and 5, really get upset. Even if you put them in standby, they really get upset if power's cut without them being turned off. It's like, well, if I knew power was going to be cut, yeah, I would have turned you off. It could be the 480 volt one. I'd have to have a look. I mean, like I said, I'm just going from what people have told me in the past, and my understanding when I looked into it ages ago, but I was like, I don't need it. I mean, I'd love it. And the power company has to basically sign off on it too, because not everybody, like, they can't run 3-phase to everybody's house. You gotta get your switchboard upgraded and all the other bits and pieces. At least I like the fact that, well, at least on our switchboard, they're all safety switches. I think they're ground fault interrupts. Is that what GFI is? I think that's what it might be. Where you're not dealing with fuse wire and the old ceramic fuses. So, tripping things, you don't have to pull, well, technically you weren't supposed to pull a fuse out and rewire it. At least with the switch, it's like written on it like it's a 10 amp switch or a 15 amp switch. Circuit trips, you go out, have a look at it, throw the switch, hope it doesn't pop. Well, go inside, work out what might have popped, turn it off. Well, that's the thing, it's expensive here too. So for example, I know guys who basically had their own mini machine shop. I mean, generally, but they were machinists or something like that by trade. Or even like a lot of farmers will have 3-phase supply because they've got basically a machine shop set up in one of their sheds. So they've got lathes and drill presses and things like that. They might even have a small electric arc furnace, depending on if they've got a small smithy running. I mean, that's not out of the ordinary for like farms further out. So, yeah, there are plenty of guys, even car enthusiasts who had specialty cars and things like that would have a 3-phase setup because, yep, they'd have more power-intensive devices out in the shed. But yeah, no, even if I got everything I could think of and put it in the shed and things like that, I still don't think I'd need 3-phase. I mean, I think they do weird things with your rooftop solar. There's certain things they can do with that. but I think most of the rectifiers now drop it down to the household supply and connect back to the network and whatevs. Well, that's what they're using them for. I mean, they've got large, like, vehicle lifts or things like that. So I think it's the most common usage people would have. It's like they'd have a car, they'd have a hoist in their shed for work on the car or something like that. But, yeah, given the domestic supply is 240 volts, a lot of the time you just plug it in the normal point, away you go. Maybe get a 15 amp circuit if it's high power. It's like watching guys when they were building high-end PCs and like building from the power supply up. It's like starting with a 1200 watt power supply. It's like, yeah, that's easy on an Aussie circuit. I mean, I don't know that you'd be happy constantly running a PC at over a kilowatt. A bit of an overkill. So you're getting 3-phase to your pole barn? There's the other thing too that changed when people went from incandescent to generally LEDs. Now, there was an interim step here in Australia. We went to CFLs, so compact fluorescent lights, which they're okay, but not any better than your incandescents. I mean, if you had fluorescent lighting already, it's just a small version of it. Wow. LEDs are a lot better, but a lot of them actually, the lighting circuits needed to be sort of addressed. In fact, the funny thing was when we got the Sparkies working on it all, what they ended up doing when they fixed up, put in the newer LEDs in the ceiling, was they basically ran a power point up there. But the power point, it was a non-switched power point because the switch was on the wall. But it was a standard 240 volt unswitched power point. And it's like, what are you doing that for? And it's like, well, if you change it to a different light unit later on, you just plug the new unit in and away you go. There's no massive amount, there's no rewiring or anything. It's like, wow, that's cool. So there's no need for three-phase then. Actually, I remember I was working somewhere. We had some visiting American tech guys, and they were running a course or a demo or something. And they had these mobile telecommunication cameras, like basically really big Pelican type cases on wheels. But they fit like an 8 or a 12 unit rack inside each one. And they were filled to the brim with equipment. And we had to get the building's wiring diagrams out to look at, because the room they were putting it in, we were pretty sure only had the one circuit, and their power was just like, standard. Oh, we're just going to plug it into a 240 volt source, because obviously they had the units were capable of running on Aussie power as well. And it's like, you've got how much electrical equipment you want to plug in? And some of these things are fairly high power draw too. And it's like, I think the poor circuit, I didn't get a chance to look at the switchboard, but pretty sure it was drawing a ton of power. We had it all plugged into as many different power points in the room as we could, but it was still coming off the same circuit. We must have been up like constantly 10 amp pull. To the point the power cables got a little bit warm. Yeah, an air compressor, that's another thing people use it for. But yeah, that's that sort of thing. In fact, I I think a lot of that stuff's sort of gone by the wayside. A lot fewer people are engaged in that sort of stuff nowadays as a hobby. People just don't have the space, really. I mean, a lot of the more recent builds just don't have the shed space or the space on the block for that sort of stuff. We do, but yeah. I mean, at some point I'm thinking of like a low lift hoist for getting underneath the car to do things, but really. I mean, even the air compressor I've got is a small unit. Even the larger units I was looking at were just a straight up normal 10 amp plug. Do. Let's fill this corner in. There we go. What time is it? It's 9:45. Okay, we've got tons of time tonight. Back Tour de France starts tonight as well. Plenty of things to watch. There's rugby on. There was the football, but we got beaten by Egypt. Yeah. I mean, Aussies did well. I mean, could they have done better? I mean, it was, yeah, luck of the draw, really, on that last one. Although, if Australia's prior experience at World Cups is anything to go by, people should watch out for Egypt making it to the final, because we've been knocked out in previous World Cups, lost our games to the eventual finalists. So expect the US to, well, make the semis, maybe, and Egypt, well, to do the same. In fact, it's also Wimbledon too. Haven't really been watching the tennis, so. And what are we now? July? So that means American football starts up again in a month and a half? I did think the funniest thing I ever saw. Funny thing is, I've watched NFL when I could from whenever it was broadcast in Australia or had various games put out here. But I'd never actually seen Canadian football until I went somewhere where there's a whole bunch of Canadians and they had a TV feed or a network feed or whatever that had CFL. I think that's the name for the league. CFL games. I was looking at it, like, it looks like a football field, but doesn't quite make sense. And the team names are funny. Oh, that's not a bad size. I mean, I don't know how much space you got, but yeah, what's a That's a pretty reasonable for, I mean, again, house block. Well, I did watch well, I never watched it when it was on, but I did see some XFL games and stuff, and that's sort of reminded me of the street football games you get, or the street hockey games you get on consoles. It was a lot more action driven. It was like whenever you went and played a game. I mean, like a game, again, playing with the Canadians. It was a case of, okay, we're going to have a game, go out and play a game of football. Generally, Aussies would be doing a different sort of football, but it was okay. That's what it felt like. It's like you can't touch the quarterback. You got mainly receivers and cornerbacks. Hardly any line. Like a cross between, yeah, almost like a street ball type of game. I think, wasn't Trump heavily involved with it? Funding it or something? Vaguely remember that at some point. That's right, because the NFL owners wouldn't let him buy a team. So he went to the XFL instead. It's like watching all the arena fighting leagues. Like Bellagio and whatever else. They're all combat sports of a sort, but it's like everyone will compare it to UFC and work back from there. Although I still think that initial phase of the rise of combat sports was best with the Canadian, with the stuff coming out of Japan. Some of that stuff was awesome. I mean, very badly balanced. But it's like, you think your style beats this style? Right, take it to the ring. I suppose it's like watching arena football versus normal football is like watching a game of five-a-side futsal versus outdoor football. Alrighty, how we going there? Yeah, because so it's the USFL, was it? I couldn't remember which one of those, semi-professional alternate leagues it was. But yeah, my understanding was he wanted to buy a full-fledged NFL team, be it like the Giants or Jets or somebody. But yeah, the NFL owners were like, no. He's like, screw you guys. I'm going to a different league. In typical Trump fashion. It's weird how many sports he's had a heavy hand in funding over the years. I mean, WWE would never have become what it was if it wasn't for him basically keeping Vince McMahon afloat. And what is it? Was his... Like, I did read it at some point. What the promotion that Vince McMahon ran or got from his father or uncle or something, like Hudson Valley promotion or something weird like that, and turned that into the WWE by way of WWF. But again, Trump was critical with the funds at the right time to help them stay afloat. The same for UFC. Help them get off the ground. Can't imagine what he would have done owning an NFL team. But mind you, 80s through early 90s. I mean, what could you imagine the New York Giants being like the Dallas Cowboys? Imagine that sort of flash and ego on the Giants. I mean, everyone hates the Jets anyway, but and then the Jets would have been like the Texans. Well, funny thing is, Buffalo, the actual New York team. Everyone forgets about them. Can't imagine. See, I'm surprised that I didn't hear about him wanting to own like the Knicks or the Mets or the Yankees or anything like that. Because they're not sports he was really interested in. Probably didn't help much that new money guys like Paul Allen and Michael, was it Dell? No. Dell didn't buy anything. No, Mark Cuban were able to come in and buy up high-value sport teams. I don't know if that was high value at the time. Back in the light. Yay! I think I filled in everything. I did. I was actually thinking, now, obviously these roofs are going to be mud brick, so terracotta-ish. I was thinking that this, because it's kind of a half semicircle down there. Ooh, he was on the back end of that. Yes, no, yeah, I knew about the Colts having been difficult. A bit like how the Raiders have always been something, not always been a joke, but always been a difficult team. I mean, the Texans had 2 or 3 homes before they ended up where they did. But no, that sounds about right. Can't imagine. Just trying to think of what I know of the typical Colts fan. Whether they would have been happy with Trump owning. Yeah, well, like I said, we're only 6 weeks-ish. I think pre-season starts end of August-ish. Not that anyone pays attention to pre-season. It wasn't, see, wasn't there was another team out of Baltimore area that a similar thing happened where it was like a sudden move. Maybe not Baltimore, maybe that area. Might have been basketball. Just trying to think. There's a couple of things that happened similar to that. I mean, there's been football teams that have moved like that in the past. I'm pretty sure I heard when the NBA went pro, and so basically ate up all the other leagues and consolidated and stuff like that. There's a bunch of teams that similar sort of things happened to. I was trying to think what else I heard. I mean, the other big move that I can think of is the Brooklyn Dodgers becoming the LA Dodgers. Just think it was. No, it might have been that. I mean, we had similar things here in Australia across various leagues. Back when the AFL was the VFL, the Victorian Football League. Each state had their own leagues, but the VFL was the big one. And they wanted to make expansion teams in other cities. They moved some of the failing or some of the teams that weren't performing so well to those other areas. So I mean, the one I'm thinking of is Sydney Swans. So Sydney's team wasn't created, well, there's 2 Sydney teams now, but the Swans weren't created from thin air. They were South Melbourne, I think. The whole team got moved. Or nominally got moved. They shut down South Melbourne and moved it. But they still run the back of their jerseys still say SMFC, which is not Sydney, it's South Melbourne Football Club. I think what else was there? Another one. The Adelaide teams, by comparison, when they made the Adelaide Crows, they pulled a team up out of the SANFL, South Australian Football League, and they changed their name. But then when they brought Port Power into the AFL, they came, I'm pretty sure they just came straight up out of the SANFL as Port. Similar things in Perth and Brisbane and stuff. So that one's been weird. But when rugby league or the NRL went through some really difficult years with low attendance and things like that, a whole bunch of clubs nearly failed. And then the Super League came along, where it was a plan to pay, squillions of dollars and have these top flight teams and consolidate and chase the money. Sort of what happened with LIV golf and things like that. But the Super League came along and basically stripped the top players out of the NRL. And then there was like, you'd be banned from playing the NRL and blah, 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 all this sort of stuff. But the net result was the NRL managed to fix itself up mostly. But in the process of doing so, they had to merge teams and shut others down. So, for example, North Sydney Bears disappeared altogether. Now, technically they were rolled into another team, but they disappeared. St George merged with Illawarra and is now St George Illawarra. Western Sydney merged with Balmain to make West Tigers. So they had a whole bunch of consolidations. There's, even in a smaller market like Australia, we have that sort of stuff happening across our national level sports. I mean, they've had even rugby union, where they don't tend to have enough teams to do that sort of thing. You have your local state level comps and stuff, but at the what they call provincial level, the Super Rugby, and that used to be Australia, New Zealand, South African teams, and then for a while it was Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Argentina, and there've been teams struggling to have numbers and stuff. Some states are better than others for supporting rugby union, and they've changed again in recent years. The South Africans and Argentinians left. I think the South Africans are playing the European system, I think they're playing now. And so it's basically Australia, New Zealand teams. And there was a couple of Pacific teams, but they've gone by the wayside as well. States have always struggled to have a viable financial market. Yes, possibly. Possibly. I mean, I never really paid much attention to it, because I just never really had an interest in any of the Baltimore teams, so I didn't follow it that closely. Just, I'd read about it, it was like, interesting. And then as I got older, I realised that, well, there are sporting leagues I followed that had the same issues. Completely unlike the UK football system, where, well, teams stay teams. Just, if you turn to poo, you get relegated and you can go down league levels. So I worked with... when Manchester United were dominant, I discovered this smaller team called Manchester City and decided I liked them. In part, I think the first UK league teams I was aware of were things like Crystal Palace or Queen's Park Rangers and a couple of teams like that, but they were not playing Premier League at the time. They'd been relegated for years. Funny thing is, people are like, oh no, we're big United fans. Like, no, I'm a City fan. I never met another City fan, even when they suddenly started winning the league, until the second last boss I was working for. He was a City fan through and through, but he came to it through Portsmouth. And City run the same strip as Portsmouth or Pompeii. Yeah, I knew about Jordan and the Wizards. The question there is, how much of that was him coming out of retirement to play versus him coming out of retirement to clear some debts or to stop investigations from maybe taking place that would be embarrassing. Won't you? There we are. I mean, that Bulls team was unstoppable, but I think Luke Longley was hard done by in the end. See, people sort of forgot he was on the team as well. It's like you had very few Aussie players playing in the NBA at the time. And so you got Luke Longley playing on the Bulls and playing a key role, but when it came to like a lot of their commemorative stuff, more recently, it's like Luke got sort of forgotten about. No, don't do that way. I want it that way. No, not that way. No, not that side. No, not that side. How about I do that way? Go that side. That side. And we'll end on like that. We go end on like that, and then we'll go one block up to the middle. I think I've screwed that roof line up. I think. I better get it right, because there's one on the other side. On the other side too that I need to run. And I got no idea I'm going to merge here. Well, building's coming along. I'm now got to destroy it all. Yeah, so the roof line I was kind of talking about before. Looking at probably putting a golden dome on here. And then running I think that would work. I'd fix this up first. Whoops. Better. We'll go end on like that. Don't fall down. That doesn't quite work. Why? They're not different widths. Well, no, it's been, well, for a start, not many Western ones are laid out like this. I mean, you've got, I guess, and so your executive staff, your abbot and whatever else down this end would have much better quarters, and they'd have a direct access into the chancery, into the chapel. And then the rest of the cloister doesn't come directly off. In fact, you normally would have, from my understanding, the chapel would be publicly accessible. There'd be the public area, and then there'd be the I forget the name for it, but like the high-end end where the priests and stuff were, and you didn't interact between the two. And then the cloister would, if this was a proper cathedral, the cathedral would run down the guts. Then you'd have the cloister coming off one side, which would be all the priests and everything else. And then you might have other chancery and other bits and pieces coming off the other side. But it isn't really being set up as a cloister exactly. And you wouldn't be coming through an ornamental entrance like this into space. You'd be moving directly into the cathedral. So it's kind of a combo type thing. But the reason I'm saying of putting a golden dome on it is, well, what prompted it to be defiled, to be attacked? And putting a golden dome on here, I mean, obviously this is the... Yeah, I mean, I do have other religious style buildings to put in too, but this one caught my eye when I was looking at the map design, because it was one that sort of... I've got all these other buildings that have people in them or are designed for active use or things like that. I don't have any buildings really that I've put in that are ruined. Even down here, they're all substantive buildings. The idea of putting in a set of ruins, it was kind of interesting, and the idea of it being a monastery of some sort that was then attacked and desecrated. I'm trying to work out how to do that in Minecraft. Yeah, so trying to fit this in. I'm not sure what I've done, why that roof line is so different. Maybe just go flatter. I don't know. Maybe we'll just leave that as collapsed roof. There you go. So it's going to be, it's going to have a lot of destruction and stuff. It won't be intact. Now, there's other buildings that I've got lined up that I want to be able to try and build that will be intact. But, no, the idea for this one is it's been vacated. And it's the sort of thing, I guess, your adventuring types from a D&D campaign would come across and therefore have to investigate why was it defiled. And there's one actually. Bean Gesserit. Okay. There's actually one build. I'm just trying to think if I've got permission to use the map, and I will put it in. It's called the Sunken Cathedral. And it's, well, not a sunken cathedral as such. It's based on a sea cave, or a series of sea caves that have been turned into like a cult's headquarters. And so you've got all these chambers and stuff, and you do have kind of a cathedral setup, but it's in a submerged sea cave. And so, I mean, I was looking for suitable locations to build it in here, because you'd then have a combination of tunnels and... right. No. Why didn't I get that reference? Anyway. Yeah, so there's a lot of monasteries and very high medieval fantasy type thing, but scattered around the fantasy and stuff like that. But it's still, at the end of the day, it's and destroyed ones too. I just thought it was an interesting concept to try and add in, given that I put in Pajama Castle. Was that Pajama? Is that the right one? I can't remember the name for it. People asking me to remember things I did weeks ago, months ago. Okay, so that does need to go up. Okay, that's weird. Anyway, whatever. Maybe I need to go too wide. I don't know. Let's go too wide. That one definitely needs to carry across up the top. Not great, but anyway. Hmm. Not like that idiot. So the other thing too is, like I was talking about the other week, is I've now got access to maps and designs that are more robust for a Minecraft scale, in terms of being able to fit designs that have walls that are actually a meter thick and have them make sense. Whereas for this, even looking at the design at the moment, on the map, on the diagram, the walls are not a meter thick. I mean, they're solid stone walls. They're not a meter thick. I know it's not quite related, but I was engaged in a bit of a discussion on Twitter, X, the other day. Somebody made a comment curious about the reaction of their kid, because they'd been reading them Charlotte's Web, and got to the bit where Charlotte spoilers. Charlotte sacrificed. And the kid was like, yep, whatevs. Didn't react with any emotion to the story at all. And my response was, maybe you should try reading them. Where the Red Fern Grows, Watership Downs, Canticle for Leibowitz kind of came up, but it wasn't the one I was looking for. There's a couple of other books as well, and it's by, yeah, well, in book form, and was basically saying, yeah, look, if your kid has no reaction to these sort of books, maybe consider them for a career in politics. It was just like, Bridge to Terabithia. Just trying to think what else there was. I still remember the day we had Bridge. We got it read to us in year 6 in class by the teacher. I still remember the day that part of the book happened. Oh boy. That was emotional for a lot of kids and the teacher. But yeah, books like that. Stories like that. I did hang them over the end. Alright, let me just, okay, if I finish putting the roof on these ones, I think that'll be a good point to call it on this map and go across to the hardcore world. No, see, not... there are other books kind of like that actually have sad parts in them. I mean, it's sad when well, yeah, I guess Aslan, but I didn't feel that those books were sad. Mind you, I also read books like Heidi and The Owl Service, and I mean, a whole bunch of things back then that I'm actually trying to think what the other books were I was recommending. I mean, gotta have decent childhood trauma from reading books. I think what the other book was. Watership Downs. Yes, that was the other book I was recommending. It's like, if your kid can get through that and not feel anything. There was a series of books like that with a German Shepherd in it. Not Watership Down, but I think it was like set in mid 20th century Europe. Just think what the name of the dog was. Let's go like that. I honestly don't know. Hello, Mr. Skelly. I read all sorts of weird books when I was a kid. Just even as a... Yeah, I always felt Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. I mean, I know what the theme of it is and what it's an allegory for. A bit like what Lord of the Rings is an allegory for, but what I always kind of felt Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe wasn't far removed from something like The Railway Children, or the other way around, to be honest. No, not Duke or Dogs of World War II. I have heard of those books, and no, it wasn't it. Because I was looking for another book, which was about, it was a fictional book about a bulldog in World War One, attached to a Royal Flying Corps unit. But, which is a picture book, picture-ish type book, which I loved as a kid. But, no, not Dogs of World War II. But I have had I would say it is fortune. So the good fortune. I mean, it's not for great reasons, as things were there, to be able to visit some military working dog cemeteries from World War II and after. It's like not the sort of place that's easily accessible or easily found. And I actually stumbled across it, and I'm like, oh, what is this place? I stopped to have a look, and it's like, oh. And clearly the dogs have ended up in places where they weren't coming home from. What was the movie they made of the horses? Warhorse? I think if I run it there... Nope, nope, nope. You there. You there. You... There we go. Well, that side worked. No, I mean, it was interesting, the reading I did as a kid. Still remember the first Tom Clancy book I read was Red Storm Rising. Not the easiest of his books to read. I mean, I know he was very technical and things like that. I mean, I think a lot of people started with like Clear and Present Danger or Hunt for Red October, things like that. Nah, for me, Red Storm Rising. Loved it. I don't think any of his other books got the itch quite as good as that book did. Alrighty, we have a roof. Roof. What I might do, so yeah, we got a marble roof over here on the entrance. I was thinking potentially a marble dome. That would work too. Or is gold a natural block? I think it is. Building blocks. There you go. No, well, I'd not read any, well, no, I haven't read any working dog books out of Vietnam. In fact, a lot of the Vietnam books I've read are very interesting. Two of my favourite books out of, well, doesn't feel right to call it favourite. One of my favourite books, though, out of Vietnam era stuff, is Requiem, which is the book of mainly photojournalists who were killed in action in and combat photographers killed in action in Vietnam. Often, and the book basically uses, where possible, their final roll of film in the book, and some of those are brutal to look at. There's one, as I remember, the female combat photographer or a journalist who was killed in a when her Jeep hit a mine, and there was another combat journalist following very close behind, and so you basically had the death of this other combat photographer captured, which sort of helps contextualize the idea of how much reporting changed the tolerance of the US public for the war in Vietnam. It was just suddenly, I mean, yeah, stuff out of World War II was not far removed. I mean, some of Robert Capra's stuff was, yeah, was not for the faint-hearted. But yeah, I don't think that was allowed to be published without severe censorship at the time, whereas that didn't happen. Certainly didn't happen as much in Vietnam. See, if I get rid of, I mean, that's not, okay, that is ugly. Eek, don't get stuck. Actually, that's better. I have to dig through my library, though, to find out. Because a lot of those books I've got are actually dead tree books. I got a few more ebooks and stuff nowadays, but no, those sort of books have a very treasured place on the bookshelf. Now, if I go, whoops, yeah, wait, if I go now quartz and run, there's a golden dome. I got rid of the slab, didn't I? Quartz slab. Okay, so if we then run, that's the center line. It'll again be a very flat roof. So you got, besides working on your new shed, you got much planned for the long weekend there, Kida? Ooh, again, see here I've screwed this up. Well, no, I haven't screwed it up. But if we are going cathedral roof and things like that, a lot of them aren't flat. They're the opposite of flat. They're usually very, very pointy. Oh, you're getting some rain. Well, that'd be nice. We were told we're going to have a very an El Nino had now settled in, and so therefore weather is shifting back around to drought conditions for Australia eventually, Eastern Australia. We just had a very, 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 very wet couple of weeks. The ground outside, we had like I mean, it's start of winterish still. June, July. I was going to say June. No, we're in July now. It was very, very wet. Not necessarily consistent. Some of it was like ultra heavy in short, sharp doses, but yeah, we've now had a nice wet bit to winter now. I know the people going to the snow were quite happy that a fair amount of natural snowfall had now taken place. Now, that's tubey. Why did I... Okay, that's going to be single. No, I don't think that should be single. I think that should be a... We go double like that. Well, that was the other thing the Canadians surprised me at, was I was hanging around them the start of July. So they had this massive Canada Day celebration. It's like, what's this? That was great. I mean, woo, Canada. But if you're going to feed me that sort of food. But yeah, it was unexpected. Ooh, the wobblies. I know. Australia looks like it's about to lose the rugby. Okay, well, now, so this roof now kind of matches that on the main entrance, and you can see enough of a golden dome. And you come flying over, and that's not the end of the world. It looks okay. I don't think sticking out over the end. Yep. Okay, that's about right. So we're going to go too wide, and then there. Ooh, that'll be fun. After Factorio, I got a bit worn out and that sort of stuff. I mean, the next... Oh no, hang on. Oh no, internet's fine. My rugby's disappeared. I think it's my iPad is starting to die. It's having issues every now and then, dropping Wi-Fi connections. Usually a good sign the chip is going in it. Okay, that roof is not the end of the world. In fact, it seems like a good time. And of course, Wi-Fi is back. Alright, let me go drop in here, push the knight across. And I didn't miss anything by the Wi-Fi dropping out. We lost. Not a good day. Not a good weekend for Australian sport, Australian teams. You see, now, this should be... I should actually extend... I did get rid of it, didn't I? I should really extend... For a cloistered... walkway, I should really extend that in. But, no, I think we're good here. Down here. In here. Or on this bit here. Well, I don't know what to do with it. I mean, the design I'm looking at, it doesn't have a roof. The roof isn't incorporated. Okay. You mean, so flatten this even lower? Six of one, half a dozen of another. I just don't know what to make. Gilded. I know what to use. Okay, it's extending a little too long down the bottom. There we go. That wall needs to be much bigger. No, not the wall. Now, if you saw that on the front of your place of worship, you could probably understand why someone would come and want to get rid of it. Now we do have player heads and stuff. Where would they be? Put an NPC head on. Oh, that's what I can do. Now that I think about it. Because what it allows me to do is scale things. My whacking stick. Let me just take the skelly as well. Where is he? Okay, now let's see if I can... Nope. That doesn't work. There's a model I could... nope, that's not right. Delete him, delete him. In the functional blocks, wasn't it? That kind of works. That works. I mean, probably should be moved up a little. Did I get rid of the... I did. Ooh, nether brick fence. That's going to be red, isn't it? And in fact, oh, don't fall down. And do that. Hanging lanterns off would probably work too. Candles. I mean, that'll work. Good idea there, Kayeda. Good idea. I wish I could make the skull bigger. I'm going to have to look it up. Anyway, we're going to move now to the hardcore super flat. So let's drop down onto the bed level. In fact, if you've got that at the front of on the main chapel, surely you'd have something similar down here. You'd have statues. I mean, the idea of the place being desecrated in the design, there's a whopping great big statue in the middle here that's been broken. You did help. You did. You did. Anyway, let's drop down here. And call it there for that one. Alright. Single player. Ronda. Wait. Stretch. Actually, give me... while it all loads in. Give me a couple of seconds. Yep, it's got to dump all the old memory, pick up all the new memory. There we go. All caught up. Alright, so hardcore super flat. Tons and tons of slimes. So I turned the slime chunks on the mini-map. So I've fenced off the two immediate slime chunks, so they're not going to bother us. I do need to fence the others off. I need to wait or encourage other mobs, other hostiles to spawn, so that I can, in particular, gather string. So, hunt down spiders. Because string allows me to make leads, and leads and boats are a good way to bring villagers back for breeding and iron farm purposes. I also need to have boats for capturing zombies, so that when I make my iron farm, I've got boatified zombies, nice and happy. That take care of it. But if you give me half a sec, something I don't want to just check out. So drop in a chat. I'll put a tune on. In fact, I can close that out. I don't need that anymore. That one. So yeah, what I've been encountering and has killed me in previous playthroughs is I've been slimed to death. The one that tends to get me is getting in and out of a leatherworker's house building, because the stair and wall set up at the exit gets you trapped near the roof, and it just... the slimes seem to get in real close. No. It wasn't what I was looking for, but that's alright. Back in. Bring everyone back in. Tunes off. Tunes off. Alrighty, back to game. Okay, so 18:33 or 6:33 p.m. is when sleepy time happens and all the mobs come out to play. So I'm just going to chill, hanging around for a little bit. They changed the sounds. Alright, so 7 o'clock should be time to have a nap. I hear a slime. Now, we get up. Have a look. Please be a spider. If not, at least be a zombie. No, I see skellies. Or see a spider. I don't have a shield. I don't want to be bugging those skellies just yet. Burn. I don't have a shield, so... Are you riding the skelly? No. Ow. You are who I want to see, though. One. I need 2. I need 5 string for the purposes of making a lead. Hello, Mr. Creeper, and hello, Mr. Skelly. 2 Mr. Skellies. It would be nice if you gave me a zombie, because at least I could have put you on a boat. Alright, so next plan is we're working on getting... So the other part, well, there's many parts to the problem. You got to get enough iron to make a bucket, so you can get your water supply down and find a smithy to get one of the buckets, to get a bucket of lava, so you can make a cobble farm. But we have our farm running. I mean, it's just lucky enough to find 3 bits of iron. And we have enough to run our cobble gen. What I will do is... I did find in controls attack and destroy toggle is the closest thing to an auto clicker. So now I'll just run the cobble farm, because Superplate is 3 layers in just default setting, is 3 layers of dirt over bedrock. So there's no natural ores, so you've got to trade for everything. I can get an iron farm to work, so that's an easy, well, fairly straightforward way of getting iron up and running. I've got villager trading working, but you don't get gravel. You got to rely on a wandering trader to give you that sort of stuff. I got my chickens. I was lucky enough to get a saddle and find a decent horse. I would have preferred leads from a leather worker, but And then I raid the nearby villages for villagers, beds, and workstations eventually. I'm not quite ready for that yet. I need to make a tree farm, enough trees. Okay, let's turn that back to hold. And we've got a reasonable stack. We've got extra saddles and stuff. We've got no iron gear. 4 leads. I need 4 string. I need 5 for a lead. You do get wandering traders, and they spawn based on my location, but they can be very temperamental. So they will come in, and you can hang on to them for a couple of days. But you need... The most likely trade you're going to have is going to be hay bales. And so another reason to hurry up and get your farm up and running is that you need hay bales to trade to get emeralds to then buy what the wandering trader has to offer. Now, the best trades, at least early on, if I see from the wandering trader when they show up, is saplings, because you don't get anything else. You do get 2 leads from killing the wandering trader's llamas, but it's day 11, so we should be getting 50% chance of a wandering trader appearing basically any time from now on, but you're going to be stuck waiting. It's possible to get leads the legit way by killing spiders, but being careful how and to do them. Now I want my potatoes. I can bring back some piggy friends. So yeah, fencing is a good start. You don't get coal either, so you got to harvest enough trees to make charcoal. And yeah, you're really stuck if you don't get an iron supply, even iron ingots from a smith. In fact, that's the first thing I'm running around looking for, is a smith, because that'll give you iron, which will give you hopefully give you a bucket. I mean, if it's not going to give you ingots, it'll give you a bucket at some point. And then you go from there. Saddles, really, really good, because it allows you to basically ignore the blinds and just run. And I do have... Alright, Mr. Horsey. Hold up. Alright, we are going to go get ourselves some piggy friends. We've got chicken friends. We're after Mr. Pig. There were a lot more pigs out here a minute ago. Oh, yeah, come on. Yeah, getting your little homestead set up is great. You get pillagers as well. They can be nasty, especially if you've only got a couple of fences to protect you from the big mean world. You get thunderstorms as well, because it's a plains biome. Alright, let's go find more piggies. Let's have a look at the map again. We'll go northwest, I think. If we can't get ourselves... a village. And not be caught out and about. Although, being caught out at night on the horse won't be too bad, because I can run away from things. Creepers are annoying too, because everything other than timber and cobble now is non-renewable. So creepers blowing up dirt, ooh, not good. You get obsidian. You don't get iron and flint and steel, but you do get the ability to create fire by using a lava bucket on a burning block, like on a block like planks. So you've got what I want. It's Fletcher's with their stick trade. Very good way to make emeralds. Where'd you go? Over there. You can find most workstations. I mean, you get... technically, you're supposed to be able to find fishermen's huts. But I'll admit, I've never seen one across all the hardcore super flats I've played. Now, I did say I was going to hang around at night for a bit, didn't I? Be brave. Like, I don't have spare iron. If I did, I'd make a shield. In fact, on the last one I played, I used my initial iron supplies to make a bucket, a shield, and a saddle. Because I could not find saddles or leads anywhere. And killed enough spiders to make leads. You also get string from spiders to make fishing rods and bows. I mean, you'll trade for bows. You can trade for fishing rods too. But if you fishing rod, then you can fish for treasure out of your water supply and also raw fish and stuff, because once you get the iron farm set up, because there's villages with beds, they will have villages with beds, they will have they'll attract cats, which makes life interesting, because then you can obviously string. How much did I get? I've got 6, so I can make 2 fishing rods. Enderman. 8. Okay, so that's 5 and 3. That's enough to make a bow and a set of leads. I'll make the leads, that's for sure. There are a lot of skellies. Not necessarily the smartest thing I've done, but I'm guaranteed leads. Leads means I can then make boats. Well, I can make boats anyway, but if I've got boats and leads, it makes getting villagers back to the base so simple. And yeah, I mean, it then means if I get a... It then means if I get a wandering trader, well, hey, I just get extra leads. I mean, having 4 or 6 leads on hand, not the worst thing to have. Ow. So many creepers, though. I think I have the data pack on board that stops the Enderman from picking things up. Leave me alone. Yep, I have plenty of string. I'm going back to bed. Ooh, okay. But if you want things like cactus, and therefore green dye, you've got to trade a wandering trader for it. I don't know if they trade... Oh, you idiot. Thank you for walking into the sun. You would have been very handy to have had in the rowboat. Anywho, and I think string and leather gives you can also make a bow, but I don't really have arrows. I've got 4 arrows. You can make... I don't need to take the saddles with me next time I go out. I was going to say, string and leather, I think, make a bundle. But I got tons of bundles, so I'm not really bothered with that. I have decent wood supplies. How many piggies do I have? I've got 1. Is this the one where I had lots of... carpet? I do... Right, so I have to use potato and wheat for the animals I'm missing. There's little point going ahead with too much other stuff until I get this other stuff up and running. But having leads is good. I put my spare timber. I didn't. Alright, you go there, you go there. Okay, 61 charcoal's good. We're going to make ourselves several boats. I'll hang on to that for a sec. In fact, I'll make myself... But now that I have a lead, I can tie my horse up if I go somewhere. Always handy. I was going to make boats. 5 boats is enough. 3, 4, 5. I need some slabs. And I'll make a composter. Always nice to do. And I'm not too fussed about those at the moment. I will end up using them. Did I? I did have a stone cutter. Right, an iron farm. So I need a zombie in a boat and a couple of compliant villagers. 3, and their beds. So what I will do from here is put a boat down. I was going to finish building filling my farm of animals, because I have leads now. Always handy. Arrows, also handy. And yeah, because there's so many slimes, all the other mob drops and stuff as well tend to be a bit slow as well. So yeah, this is me working this out as I go, effectively, but I've died repeatedly to my own stupidity, or not paying attention, or getting greedy about trying to get something done. I mean, I died to an iron golem in my last one, which was not long before stream started. And that was purely because he got stuck on the edge of the iron farm, because it didn't seem like they were spawning on the top slabs I had. They were. They just... the villagers weren't eyeballing the zombie well enough, and so eventually I got it all set up, but in the process of then setting up the hoppers, when I got enough iron, I'll get the word for it, the golem that spawned in got stuck in the side, so I went and gave him a bit of a whack to get him moving, and that aggroed him, and I was like, run away! He jumped out of the containment because he'd got himself stuck in the wall and wasn't suffocating, and so he leapt out, and I was busy trying to pillar up to safely take care of him, and no, I did not. I misclicked, and instead of building a nice straight up pillar, I left a gap, and also placed an extra shot on the ground, and ended up alright, you two can breed. Alright, 2 leads. Hello, Mr. Biggie. Oh, look at you. Aren't you cute? Alright, wheat. Let's go find ourselves some sheep and a cow. 2 cows. 2 cows and a sheep. 3 cows, 2 sheep. And then a bunch of villagers. And so these slime, obviously, the slimes will only generate in slime chunks. So yeah, the easiest way around at the moment for somebody who doesn't have other gear at this point in a hardcore super flat, fence them off. Once they're fenced off, well, they can't jump over a fence. What are you? You guys are a bunch of chickens, and I see sheep. One sheep. 2 sheep. So, when I set up the breeder, the villager breeder, I find carrots, I mean, normally I'd use potatoes, but carrots in this environment seem to work best. And I get a working trading hall set up. I get a working breeder going, and trading hall established above it, so that the villagers don't have to move too far. And then either I wait till I've bred enough villagers and put them into the iron farm, or, as tends to be the case, I just go and capture a few more. Right, you guys, look, what's this? Where are you going? Both leads back. Alright, let's go find... go find a cow. In fact, late in the day... Now, I'm unlikely, I won't say it's impossible, to get zombies spawning inside my base area. But once the, like I said, once these slime chunks are secured, we're good. But you're not going to get diamonds, for example. No one, like, they're not a trade with any villager. And the wandering trader will not sell diamonds. I don't even think piglins trade for them. Piglins trade for gold. Alright, let's light this place up a bit. Let's hang around for a little while. Gonna be a lot of creepers. I have plenty of boats. And sometimes you're lucky enough, or I'm lucky enough, that the zombies like you that show up are armored. Yay! Right, you're captured. And you're undercover. You are exactly what I wanted. Now, where possible, I'd like to have another couple of zombies back up, because sometimes they despawn from boats, or I muck things up. Yes, raw to you too. You're a creeper, stay away. You're a creeper, stay away. Alright, so what I will do is I will come out here. Today's mission is to go and get cows. However, what I'll do is I will set up this guy a nice little home, because he's going to come down to, like, I move them around. The iron farm starts at bedrock and goes up. And that way as well, once he's down and covered, he's protected. Alright, so you can have one of those, and then brief you in, and then that, to me, is an indicator that there's a zombie or something underneath that is useful to me. So now, my plan is a whole bunch of villagers and beds. I'll need 6 beds. 3 for the breeding facility and 3 for the iron farm. And I'll need 5 villagers, 3 for the iron farm, 2 for the breeding facility. I see cows somewhere before. I thought I did. Anyway. And glass, for example, because there's no sand, you can trade for sand, red sand with a wandering trader, and I was lucky that my first ever trade with a wandering trader in a hardcore super flat was for red sand. Yes, morale. So you are sheep. Stand there, don't move. Two. So that's perfect. That's enough to give me one. Well, that's enough to give me my breeding facility, which is the more important one, because I can always breed my iron farm participants. I have a villager, so I have a zombie in a boat, which is also what I need. So now I'm on my way to getting a, well, both my villager supplied features ready. And I gotta say, leads seem to be a lot more reliable too, which is good. Alright, done. I have all my animals. I have both leads back. Alright, next stop is a whole bunch of villagers. And because they're already putting themselves in boats, all I have to do is leash a boat and ride back. So it makes getting them, because rowing across the surface, across the map, is not fast enough. You cannot, well, I haven't been able to outrun the slimes. Whereas attaching leads and riding off with them, so much easier. It'd also be nice if the boat had a cat. We just, you stay. You guys are coming back with me. Well, there's three. Get in the boat. Get in the boat. Four. One more. Come on. Gimme, 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 gimme. Get the boat. 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 I mean, I was very, very fortunate one day that a cat and a villager jumped in the same boat. I'm like, great. No need to wait for them to come and hang out. Come off it. Get in the boat. Ow. Now, what I might do is I might leave these 2 boats. Just, ooh, look at all those villagers. Look at all those villagers. Just standing there waiting for a boat. Here, have a boat. Here, have an... Ow! Those slimes hit hard. Especially if you're not sure where they're hitting you from. They'll kill you very quickly. Which, conveniently, is how I died. A lot of the time. There, have a boat. Giddy up. And so now we see my plan for getting iron. We have enough villagers. So the only time I now need to come out and about is to start, well, if I get silk touch, if I can get glass, or to otherwise grab resources. What I'll do is I'll park these guys in the open, inside the fence line, because they're going to be safe. I'll go back in the morning and grab the next guys. Oh, goody. Alright, next morning, grab the leads and go again. And I have enough... No, I don't. Carrots. Carrots are the main thing I use, like I said, to breed. I need to get enough of those, set the breeding facility up. I've got my 2 leads, go back and get the boats. Okay, so this village down here is one that I'm going to take all the beds from because, well, I've taken a lot of the villagers out of. I need, like I said, 6 beds. I mean, and I'm also not going to turn down more villagers in boats because the more villagers I get, the less I have to wait for breeding. Another 2. That makes 6. Yes, it does. Do I have to worry about... I mean, that's, and I haven't traded with any of them, so they will eventually drop their trades. While I'm here, though, let's liberate some beds. I don't think so. I mean, sometimes when you push things like that, not too far, when you push things like that, the villager just sort of hops over it. There's a kid villager. That's 2. Git. Can get 4 out of this room. 3, 4, 5, 6, which is what I want. 2, 4, 6, yes. And I will dye them. I need 1 for my own travelling purposes, but okay. Dude, look. If you really want a boat ride that much, get away. And it's not even a slime chunk. Okay, so I've got 2 leads. You guys? Nope. There you go. Alright, let's go around and pick up the other guy. And pick up some flowers on the way. Alrighty, back we go. So now we focus on setting up our next locations. I don't know how many emeralds I had. 12? 11. Yeah. Emeralds are good. And that should be enough to get saplings and vines and other bits and pieces. You do get some terracotta from tearing apart villages. You'll get a couple of pieces of normal terracotta from the stonecutters' rooms, and you get obviously clay as well. Alright, these guys need to be made nice and safe. The worst thing I did on another playthrough was went to move the zombie and accidentally, well, I used the lead on the boat. Like, yep, fine. Cut the lead off the boat, and the zombie went, I'll have that. It's like, but no, give that back. That's not yours. Yeah, well. I was now looking at a zombie that had one of my precious leads. Right, you can hang out in there. While we sort this out. Alright, flowers. Pretty flowers, all in a row. Alright, so if we have a look at the map, we've got room to the north, room to the west, room to the south. Thinking of putting the breeding facility into the north. That comes, in fact, what I need to do now is we smelt a lot of charcoal, a lot of cobble. Make some more charcoal at some point. Guess I don't have a spare stack. And need a couple of those. And I will need one of those. Alright, so we measure this out. Why did I put the gate in the wrong spot? Anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope, we go further. Nope, it's going to be outside the fence line because I've got my animals right there. Alright, so we are lined up there. So let's just use some timber. So your doorways there, inner wall there. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. Alright, bang on time. Let's get rid of that. I don't want someone jumping in and giving me nightmares. The other thing wandering traders will trade for is buckets of milk or buckets of water. I'm not in a position where I'm willing to give up my Also, I don't know if they give the buckets back. I can't remember, so I'd rather wait until they've got the... Hang on, carrots. Wait. Yeah, I thought I put one in the wrong spot. Okay, potatoes can go away. Beetroot can go away. Wheat seeds can go away. Wheat. Yeah, I'm gonna make cobble as well. Carrots. Let's go. Go set up this breeding facility. Okay, now I'll use this to mark out the outer edges. Okay, so that's the door there. Then it's too wide, and then it's beds there. That's the outer part of that wall. Well, there's an outer wall to there. There's the outer edge of the wall. Then it comes in an edge there, an edge there. Right, okay, I can do all this. There's my layout. And in fact, since I have that, I can make slabs, and I'll slab it all for now. In fact, I could probably put the walls in before I put the villages in. In fact, no, I want to have the villages in place as it all works. Yeah, I know, they get very vocal. Kind of funny, because they don't even make noise when they're being terrified by the zombie. Their noise doesn't change. They just run around a bit more. Okay, so this is the outer perimeter. It would be nice to get a wandering trader show up. And it's always nice being able to work in relative safety, having, well, secured the most immediate of the of the slime chunks. In fact, I could probably put... I mean, I already know the layout for all this stuff. I could probably even put the second floor on before the first floor's ready. Right, wait for those to grow. In fact, I should go and farm a lot of cobble, because I'm going to need a lot of cobble. And then there's going to be a lot of timber. I need to re-smelt some charcoal. And if I set up the iron farm the same way, I'm going to need a lot of timber. In fact, let me... that's that. That's that. That's that. So it's going to be 3 high throughout. Enough to stop him jumping up. It is kind of funny, like I ran into the wandering trader while building the breeding facility last time, and well, he ran into me, and it's kind of funny. It's like busy working away on this, hearing the slimes going slip, 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 and all of a sudden I hear llamas, and I'm like, that would be a wandering trader. Right, so in the morning I'm going to go and do a bunch of mining. It didn't work! Actually, it wouldn't surprise me with some of the mods that people have with integration to Twitch and other bits and pieces that there isn't already a command that works like that. In fact, let me take the bottom one of that out too. So that when I go fishing, Right, so I don't care about any more zombies or anything else. I've got what I need now to focus on making and in fact I had the breeder running technically long before the rest of it was realistically safe. Kind of funny seeing baby villages pop up. Well, try to pop up. If they did, because I didn't have it secured properly. Ah, no. Don't put one there. That's the one I don't want. Oh, there we go. Right, technically I now have what I need to get the breeding started. Alright, window. Window. Not window. Window. One, two, three. Alright, so you now have a secure roofed facility. But it's not secure yet from bad guys altogether. I need to make 4 trapdoors. I can need to make 6 because I need another 2 for the iron farm. One, two, three. All right. Go too deep beyond that. 1, 2. There we go. Toss in the water. Perfect length. Give it a torch. Give it another torch. Climb out. And I'll be putting some stairs in due course. Okay, so I can now get the breeding started. Okay, this needs to be fully carroted before I go any further. Okay, I can do most of those as well. Enemy gates. You have that. I did okay picking up a bunch of arrows on that little trip. Alright, stretch. And just let it run until either it's dark or the pick breaks. So I can't do much else on that until I get the carrots in place. Beds are there. The room is basically secure. There's at least another 2 stacks I gotta smelt. And then there's probably another 2 stacks of normal cobble I need. Well, what I did find, you can drag the... I mean, I've seen it before, but I've discovered it myself. You can drag the boats for the villagers upstairs or up blocks, which makes moving them easier, and it means I can pre-position some traders upstairs for me, which is good. I need 4 stacks of cobble, plus enough for tools. I don't have any spare axes, and I got 1 spare pick. And in fact, it's the front wall that's least important, because that heads straight onto my farm, onto my base. It's that back wall and side walls I need to have secure to stop the zombies and other things creeping up on me. Wasn't badly timed. And the benefit of having kitty cats around the base too is it keeps creepers away. Which, yeah. I mean, I will have a mob grinder built as well. Because, I mean, it's good for XP, not that XP really means anything. But they will have drops. Interesting drops. The other thing that you can do in a super flat is get to, well, basically finish the game. You can go to the nether, and you can go to the end. Now, I'm going to have to do a bit more exploring to find obsidian in the treasure chest at a smith, and you will find, if you're right around enough, you will actually see the end fortress, well, the end portal in the sky, because you're at minus 64, minus 60 at ground level, so it's actually up in the sky. I've not seen any trial chambers yet. Don't know if they will exist. But when this breaks, we're going to make a couple of spare tools. We've got 2 more stacks smelting. The next big thing we've got to do with a lot of timber is make another stack of charcoal. The other thing this should have done is given enough time for those carrots to grow. Once the carrots are in, we can start moving. Riveting streaming, riveting content. But in a world where you don't have resources, okay, I got a feeling I have a bit over 2 stacks now. What have we got? 2 and a bit. Perfect. Alright, I want to make more axes and more sticks. 1, 2. 1, 2. Alright, you can sit in there. Now I will have appropriate walled sections, window sections, but at the moment I'm just going to build this in. Right, so this side's secure. Alrighty, and don't have enough to close this off yet. 2, 3. But now we should be safe. Well, spiders can climb over the top. Small slimes aren't a problem. They don't hurt much. Right, let's give ourselves a bit more freedom of movement. I need 64. I didn't check on the state of the carrots. I should have. You know, a couple more. I should be able to leave that well, opened up like that now. I think I need to get more carrots. Now, moving the villagers in now can be a little counterproductive. Why are you a cleric? You've got no job site. Anyway. What did I want to do? I needed more timber. And I need to get another stack of coal. And then some. Wouldn't hurt to give myself a bit more of a clear line of sight around the base. Okay, as he says, as he immediately goes and replants trees. In fact, I'll clear this area out because this is where the iron farm is going in. What are you? You're a creeper. I thought you were a zombie. But I had a second zombie. Right, well that should be well and truly lit up now. Dirt. I'll offload all of you. Hang on to you for now. So we're still not, well, we are done for the, for planting the carrots, doing something useful with them, separate question. Okay, that corner's done. We will be using that all up. That's not a problem. Alright, that should give them enough headroom to allow them to see that as a necessary height. And we need a lot more slabs. I say you're awfully loud. What are you doing out of your square? Run. That was not the intended outcome of my actions. How are they going? They are growing in nicely now. And grab composter. There you go. Yeah, these ones have a torch opposite the door, opposite their windows, sorry. I haven't got one in there yet. Alright, let's go do... I got 2 picks. I got plenty of time. I need enough cobble to finish the front wall, to do the front wall. Then I need the slabs to do the roofing. Once the cobble's in place, I'm going to do the stairs. I've got to basically secure the access from ground level to the breeding level, to the trading level. Once that's secure, away we go. And I'm going to need a lot of timber for the trading center, for the iron farm. Footsteps. Wait. Footsteps. Who or what is giving me footsteps? Everything else is... No, everything's secure. There's no wandering trader. Okay, so that's going okay. It needs to be... a bit further along. Alright, we are looking good in that regard. Pretty sure there's nothing can come in. I mean, I got to put the ceilings in, but there should be nothing that can come in. Should. In fact... Three planks give rise to 6 slabs. But... that's the working floor level. There's no... Use slabs over here. You make planks everywhere else. That would work. I don't have that with torches. Torches everywhere else though. Right. Not quite ready to put not quite ready to put the villagers in yet. We'll have some. So let's work through both of these. Give me a sec. I've just got to step off headset. This will just run for a sec. I've got to check on a dog. Alright, we're back. And I can see we're nearly through our first pick. You know, find the word sooner or later. Let's just leave it there for now then. And have a look at what this is doing. I do want another stack, but I probably should make another stack. Hold on. Wrong dog. We'll go back down here and do some more farming. I'm going to go check what's up with this other dog. Give me 2 seconds. Alright, back in the seat again. Let me move that so I can see what I'm doing. Get another stack. And then another 6 or 7. Alright, let's get more timber. Set up the top half of that trading hall. In fact, yeah. Let's clear out this space over here again. We'll go out as far as the back of this. Okay, cut through this. Let's have a look. No, I can get some dirt. Measuring out with dirt's easier. Oh, stairs, that's what I need. Like 2 sets of stairs. Still need more stone. At least a stack. Oh, hang on. I didn't do the flooring, did I? We'll come 2 that way. Alright. Sleepy time. We lit up enough in there. I see creepers. See another zombie. Yep, whatevs. I need an absolute bunch of slabs. Yeah, this does look better with windows. It will have windows. But for now... Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, why did I put slabs in? I thought I had the ladder, the stairs. Well, that explains why I suddenly had more stairs in my possession than I thought I should. And that becomes a stair, that becomes a stair. I think I might make another set of stone bricks because, well, I need them. And I need to raise this another level, or else when I put start putting in the trading sites, they're going to quite happily hop over the wall. I don't want that just yet. Alright, we'll go and have a look in just a minute and see. Okay, so that's a thing. 1, 2, that's another thing. That'll be the wall there. Be there, 1, 2, there. Yep, that's right. So here's our internal wall. I need a bunch of gates as well. How's that looking? It's not looking too bad. Could do with a bit more though. No one traded with you, so why are you still... Anyway, doesn't matter. Alright, now... I do believe it is safe enough to put our first villages in. But first, I need to secure the trading area. You can't get rid of this. Not a smart idea just to leave those just sitting there. There's guarantee they would have taken a walk. Alright. I think that looks good. Let's enforce the villager to come through. No, you lot. Congratulations, you are now my breeding pair. In you go. Go. Scram. I didn't make any doors. Doors would be useful too. Get in there. 2. In. Good. 1. Helps to have 2. Good. Not so good. Still haven't seen a wandering trader yet. Hopefully it wasn't stuck in one of those other villages. Anywho. In. Up. Done, done, done. Congratulations. You are now my breeding pair. And it's activated. Thank you, Kate. I mean, the effort is appreciated. And I don't think I have enough to make a door. No, I do not. That's alright. Sort of. Okay, so next set of problems is to make our I know the word for it. Iron farm. Alright, here we go. So if we put that as the external. There it goes. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there. That's the middle. 1, 2. Hang on. One, two. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There. Perfect. 1, 2, 3. Right, you annoying slimes. What we have is, this is the back. Be completely wrong. Did I get rid of that? No, I did not. Okay, I now need to bring... Realistically, I need to bring both of those out. You. And you. I just put some carpets on the wall, on that part of the wall. I'm gonna grab some more fences. I say stairs. I need ladders though. I will need ladders. Alright, you can have a torch down there. In the hole. In the hole. It's one. There's two. Nice to see he took responsibility for his own actions. And these guys are now safe. That was unexpected. I ran out of slabs. There's going to be quite a large expansion to the tree farm. I closed that fence gap. No, I did not. I have a gate over there, so that's alright. Let's go see if the breeding pair are actually breeding. Yes, I can see because I have... Yeah, I wouldn't be standing out of that, kiddo. So, breeding pairs are working. Then I'll haul you guys up over the wall. Then we'll go finish the third row. Sleep time. Sleepy time. Yes. Part of the problem is that's too high. They can just walk straight under. See? Straight under. No, nothing to spare. Yeah, well, that was smart. It's not the prettiest, but okay, we're going to put some torches up in here because we're going to be bringing stuff in. Good work, kids. Fact. No, you guys are too little. Right. I needed more axes, didn't I? But that's okay. That's up there. That's the main thing. I need, I do need more axes, and I need a lot of slabs. That's what it came in for, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Alright, we'll go for a little bit longer. Those stairs away though. Stairs and trapdoor can go there. Yeah, we just gotta hope like hell no one spawns on top of this. The most dangerous part is coming up next, which is moving the zombie in his boat into a position where the villagers can see it and respond accordingly. And that is what triggers the iron golem to spawn. Yeah, I know you're there. Well. Be there somewhere. In fact, what we get out of this corner is that. Alright, so this is a passive golem killing experience. So what needs to happen is I create a set of barriers that Mr. Golem will smack his head into when he spawns in, and as a result will take continual damage. And 1, 2, 3. Hello. And eventually be kaput. And all I then need to do is run the... Oh, basically we have a water sluice to collect the... There should be a kitty cat starting to appear soon. And then just have a water sluice to collect the... Should be enough. Iron and poppies that they drop. I won't do anything just yet. I don't even know if the cats come in due to zombies. Can't remember. Did I get rid of... No, I did not. There's even more being spawned in, I think. There is. was a bit close. It was my liking. Yeah, if my understanding of the slime spawning mechanics is correct, then that should be just enough to support slime of some form. I need more timber because alright, so it's going to look like that. In fact, what I would like to do is I would like to finish building this tonight and get them into position. All I need is enough oak planks. Alright, so that. Alright, and I would like to demonstrate it functioning, so we're going to be carrying this along. Okay, and down this side. Okay, so the intent is you've got to get the golem down as quick as possible. I mean, this will just knock him down in due course, which is great for this level of hardcore super flat. So we should then be... And that should be all of it now. It's about to be night time, which is good because I need to go and refill my bucket anyway. Alright, and I should be in position to also get my trading blob up to speed. Alright, that's all set up. Just dig our way through, and right, so that was the back side. We dig in from here. Right, so we can see from there. In fact, I can bring that forward. Alright, so I'm looking for -29. And he's still in there, quite happy. Okay, so now this should take us right in front of the villages, which is where we need it to be. We'll carve out a bit of a space behind, or in front of them, which will be where the zombie's going to be loaded to. The fact that that went green so quick suggests I was near my digging hole nearby. Okay, so this is exactly where I need to get the zombie to. He's going to have a 3x3 space to work in, or to sit in. As the case may be. Which then also means, because that's there, my window in the world. We're good. Okay, bring this back. Yes, the boat doesn't quite fit down a 1x1. Now, I followed Ian Exo4's day one iron farm. And so, about breaking line of sight and everything else, and used his method for zombie killing. I mean, which is a pretty standard method. It's not necessarily his method, but certainly the mechanics of the villages and the zombie is based on the work that I've seen him do. I mean, other people again may have done it, but I don't see. To take the horse for a ride once this is in place. What do you want to check out? Okay, so we go around the outside slightly. And away you go. This method, I think, well, again, not new. But given the conditions I'm working in with super flat, okay, there, ow. You know, perfectly had him the first time. Again, anything we can do to minimize the risk of unwanted mobs, the better. Iron Golem is in place. Perfect. What have you got? And you guys are my new friends. Alright, I'll take the horse out for a ride shortly. Right, so I heard them functioning. I just can't get up there just to have a look just yet, courtesy of the creeper in my way. Whoops, I need that. You were close to being stuck too. Back in your hole. Good. In your hole. In your hole. Come on. Chop, chop. In. 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 Done. 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 You have what I want. You don't. Nope. Oh, nope. Yes. 2 from 2. Right, I'm getting out of here for now. Taking those emeralds. Oh, still don't have a door. So like I said, I think I have an idea where, if there is a wandering trader, where he might be. And we've had at least 2 iron golems appear, hence based on... There we go, and they spawn in. This is how they die. And here's my iron problem solved. Once I get enough iron, I'll make a bunch of hoppers, which will connect through to adapt to a storage chest, and basically I've got my iron sorted. Yoink. 17 iron, and all I did was make sure they showed up. But those guys can stay there. Ow. Okay, so where I think there may, if there is, and then another golem's appeared. I changed the colour of them to white on the map, so when they appear I can see them. So it's producing iron. Now the place I spent most of my time running around sorting things out was down here. So if there's a village wandering trader that's appeared, he will appear down here. There's also a bunch of names that should appear as well. It should also be in a slightly different colour as well, which he's not, or there's not here. Okay, so that's not it. Okay, the golem down here died. The next closest location I spent time was back over here. And if there's no golem there, then, well, it hasn't spawned in yet. I mean, wandering trader. I'll check these 3 and go back. And then we'll call it a night. I mean, it's been very, very productive. Stayed alive. That's the most important thing. I've got my iron farm running. I've got my trading hall started. I need to be moving people in and out. And then I need to work on fetching okay, it's a slightly different blue. Nope, not there. I'm going to go with they haven't spawned in yet. I'll head back to base. and call it a night. I mean, then we'll be working on basically collecting more cobble. I need more timber. I also need to make 18 odd chests in order to make the hopper chain. And I've got backup zombies. Which is good. Right before I leave, I will go and grab those remnant little pieces. We've got food crops going. There's another iron golems appeared. So yeah, 23 ingots already. It's really not bad. Apparently they can spawn in once every 30 seconds, or every 30 seconds or so there's going to be a decent supply once we get things running properly. 27 ingots. Get away from me. Alright, so I will move those guys down into a pit before too long, but as far as I'm concerned, we're set. I need to obviously get up and work on all that sort of stuff. Take these guys upstairs and get them trading as well. Put some windows in. Put some doors on. Otherwise, it looks like we are fairly well established. We've got animals, we've got crops. The only thing we don't have yet is pumpkins and melons. We can trade for those with a watering trader when they show up. But other than that, realistically, $27 ingots. Not bad at all. And then I can start working on my house. Alright, we'll call it there. So, over in the chat, close things out, call it a night. Alrighty, big thank you to everyone coming out tonight. Regulars, first timers, chatters and lurkers across all the various endpoints. Thank you very much for being here. The channel would not be the same without you, so thank you very much. Alright, what do we got next? Tomorrow night is meant to be a stream. Look, I'm not sure at this stage if I'll be streaming. If I do, it'll be something new. We're looking at potentially Never Alone. So we'll put notices out on Insta and Twitter beforehand anyway, indicating what's going on. So yeah, if people want to keep on top of things, check the socials. Now, first of all though is the the draw, the giveaway draw. I think of the word I was trying to think of. That happens before tomorrow night's stream. It happens before Sunday night stream every week. This week it is for a copy of Godlike Burger. Now, if you want in on that, hit the Discord. You'll find a channel called Giveaways. Hit in there, you'll see a blue button. Click the blue button, and you're automatically in the draw. Like I said, this week it's for a copy of Godlike Burger. Next stream after that is going to be Monday night, Mass Effect 2. Wednesday night, what are we playing on Wednesday night? Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire. And then next Friday, Siberia 2, to make up for the stream we didn't do yesterday. Other than that, best bet to keep on top of things is, follow Twitter and Insta, with messages going out in both of those before each stream, indicating what we win. Discord eventually picks them up, but it can be a bit delayed. Best bet, though, is keep an eye on those other socials. Otherwise, it's a very good night from me to all of you, and we'll see you all again. Fade out. We'll see you all again next stream.